Hello, team. You've reached the drawing stream. The Tuesday drawing stream, as it were. Hello, Retro Kid. How are you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. I haven't sent out any go live notifications or anything. Come on. Windows 11 is confusing with the Windows, with the Windows. What do I want open? Let's send out a notification. I always do this at the wrong time. Terrible. I know, but nobody's watching right now, so it's fine. Everything's fine. How is the audio? Probably too loud. Let's turn that down. Let's see here. Probably already have this copied, so... Alright. The idea today, though, I think, is going to be continuing to renew old sketches, which is something I've been doing. If you didn't know why all my most recent drawings look like garbage, it's because I am working on old stuff. Most recently, some Oscar sketches. There were 3 of them. I've done 2. So now it's time to do the 3rd one, for starters. The other thing is I want to focus on some fan art if possible. Hell. There we go. Alright. I have a brownie. I made brownies the other day and I overcooked them. But overcooked brownies are better than not brownies at all, I guess. Let's get this project open. I need to start being more descriptive in these file names. Well, yeah, here we are. I don't know if I have the ability to show you what these look like before. I might. Let's have a look. This one, I think, is the best of 3. I think I did post these at one point or another. Is it that? Yeah, because I don't think I went over this with any liner, so let's disable the mask. That's what the sketch looked like. I didn't actually do much with that mask, which I guess was good. It was a good sketch. enable the mask, and then I rendered it. For reference, this was, oh god, when was this? A long time ago. Oh, I put the date here, didn't I? No, I didn't. It was some Saturday morning in 2022. It's probably later 2022. That's what we got out of it. This one I actually went and redid the like I went over it with some line art, so for some of those that's necessary. I had to restructure some things too. Let's see. I think it was this. So that was the sketch initially. Oh, it wasn't actually. I moved some stuff. The head was in a different place. You know, I probably have a render of this someplace. 2022. Where would this be? Oh, here they are. And for my benefit, when was this made? Properties. This was July 2022. This was actually a little earlier than I thought it was. These are the original sketches. The original 3. So you can see I did move some stuff. Because sketch 2, there's some problems here. Mostly dealing with the position of the head and neck. I don't know why. I don't know why there's problems, but there are. So that's the new line art that I did. So you can see. I did it over top the sketch though, so it still counts. And I still did, let's re-enable that mask. Oh, you can just click on it to do that? That's cool. This is all the rendering without any of the flat colors. That's cool. But yeah, you can see the difference that has been made. Ta-da. Now we work on this third one over here on the right. Because we haven't done it yet, so we may as well. And also, I think it's neat. I'll need to change some stuff, obviously, but most of the components are alright, I think. This was a throwaway sketch that I didn't finish, which I don't entirely dislike, so I don't know why I stopped drawing it. So maybe we'll even try and rescue that. That'd be fun. Okay. So first things first. Let's draw some line art on top of this and make corrections where we need to. I definitely do these little hairpin things wrong. Have done so for forever, because like a very easy approximation is just to draw a triangle. Which isn't exactly correct. I mean, in some renderings it is. Like, I'm not actually completely out of line. Well, that's not official art, is it? Maybe I'm being upset over nothing here. I think I make them too prominent, like I point them up too much instead of off to the side. And I have worked on that. But like, for instance, not all of the pilots have the same hairpins. Shinji's is in a different place, and the shape is different. I think Ray's also different. Yeah. Yeah, so they're different, and Asuka specifically looks like cat ears, which was obviously an intentional thing. But anyway, we're getting carried away here. We should just draw something like that. That looks okay. Nothing to fuss over anyway. Also, I think since drawing this, I did sort of a kind, you might call a study, an Asuka study stream, where I drew an Asuka without a reference, which is something I usually do. I probably did that for these, and I'm doing it right now. But afterwards, I compared it to some actual references, and I took note of where mine differed, which was highly educational. One of the things I noted is the way I drew the twin tails was different than how they actually look. And I think this is evidence of that. I like made them all floofy like this, right? It's not what they tend to look like. It tends to be a very simple, just out and in, a triangle like that. And the floofy comes from the main body of the hair. So that was one of the corrections I made with this one. So it looks better now. Triangles and stuff. Fuck yeah. This isn't exactly a 3/4 view. I feel like it wants to be a straight-on view, but it's not really that either. Who am I to judge what this perspective wants to be, you know? I guess I'm the one who drew it. Damn. got me there. I don't want to deviate too heavily from what I initially drew, so I'll try to ease off on the corrections. Because if I start correcting too many things, I'm just going to be making like entirely different drawing. And that won't be fun. That won't be what we came here to do. It'd be like if they, you know, did their home improvement show, like Extreme Makeover Home Edition, where they just bought a new house somewhere else. And after the week, they were like, you know, put a blindfold on and they get in a car. They drove them out to some random lot and were like, hey, we bought a new house. Hope that works for you. I guess a disproportionately high number of people who appeared on that show and shows like it end up like having to sell the house or have other financial problems because they can't afford the increased property taxes. Because if the value of your house suddenly goes up for no other reason than, you know, the home improvement show came in and fixed it up, suddenly it's worth more and you have to pay more money just to have it. Which is, you know, obviously terrible, but I like the dystopian aesthetic of the home improvement shows just breezing through and ruining people's lives. That's funny. Jealous of your human skills. Well, that's all that I draw. So that's how that happens. Also, this is an old sketch. This is from July. Don't look. Also, hi. How's it going? The premise here is that I am taking old drawings, old sketches, unfinished stuff, and finishing them. Because there's a certain degree of karmic satisfaction from doing that. And also that means I don't have to do a lot of work sketching stuff out. So that's cool. Yuck. There's gonna be some problems there. Okay. But for, yeah, I have examples actually. This was the sketches. These were the sketches. This was July. And I think over the last few days, I've redone 2 of them so far. Mainly just colored them in. We're doing the 3rd one now. It's like recycling with upgrades. Yes! That's right. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Recycle your whips, people. Don't let them end up in a whip landfill. They'll end up killing whip turtles. They'll never get into whip heaven. Or something. Something about this isn't right. Might need to be corrected. Come on, there we go. Sometimes clip just likes to load for no reason and the brush stops working. Okay, so here this needs to change. I'm not sure exactly what needs to happen. Something like that, though. I don't know. Your whips have sunk to the core of the earth. Oh no. Is that what's causing the rotation of the core to slow and reverse? Is it your whips? What have you done? Supposed to keep them in a special containment vessel. This part always confuses me. It's depending on what reference you're looking at. This is either like entirely topological with no real like extrusion going on, or it's like an armor plate. I don't know. Foot needs to be longer. I liked pretty much everything else about it though, so good job, to me. We were so close. Here, there may have been some mistakes made. it's just that perspective is hard. I don't know. I have to figure some stuff out here. Well, that's all wrong. Alright, this is serious. Hypothetically, this is where we're lining up. Just hypothetically, though. Oh, man. Sometimes you just don't have it. I think probably if I turned the sketch layer off, this would be less confusing. It's harder to work when you're looking at a past mistake. Dead in the face. Part of the issue here is I have the leg entirely twisted. Like I should just fix that. So let's instead have this facing straight ahead. It should still be higher up. Yield should probably be lower. Watch while this entirely fucks up this half of the drawing. No worries, it's fine. Okay. Said I would try not to make too many major revisions, and this isn't a major one, says I. Okay, that's sort of right. And sort of right's okay. Could probably have done this on a separate layer so I don't have so much cleanup to do. And I'm no digital artist. I don't know how things work. Reading that like a heel when it's not actually a heel. Because that's exactly what I'm doing. Okay, that looks a little better. As does this. This looks a little better. Only I could remember how to draw. That would be really helpful right now. A reference would also probably be smart, but who's got time for that? I feel like I'm doing this backwards. Should be more like this. That looks better. Now this needs to match the other side, right? So this has got to go up about there, and it works. It doesn't exist. This should be more like that. That works. There's a way I can more, I don't know, authoritatively draw that. Okay, that looks like a shoe. It just doesn't look like the shoe that she's supposed to be wearing. It's okay. We'll pretend it is. Yeah, I think I just sort of gave up halfway when drawing this hand. So unfortunately, I gotta actually finish it now. We'll just say we can't see the pinky from here. I think that's probably safe. I don't think we're going to get sued for that. I'm certainly not getting sued for that. It's my drawing. Now, the elbow should be about here. And should probably be sticking out further if I want to sell this. Which is probably what my problem was. It's not a major revision. It's just totally within the established scope of work. Okay, now we're losing the plot. This angle, realistically, you don't see very much at all, actually. I'm gonna try and emphasize this angle a bit more, though. And that, I think, is a thing. To do that, maybe. We'll say it does. Actually, it's too crowded now. Let's just do that. Here, though, we can say whatever we want happens over there. Okay. Yes, I think I initially had it... Well, it's not aligned. But then again, I do need room for those plugs. So let's figure that out. This is the one that looks like the can opener, I think. Not the can opener, but rather the can, the aluminum can. Like that. Losing the plot. Here it actually will be jutting out a little bit. If I was doing a more detailed version of this, we get to see a bit more of the three-dimensionality inside of the plug. That's good for now, I think. Okay, so we have the plugs in there. That gives us room that we need, I think. Now, one detail I like to include here is like a wrinkle right there. I think it was on like one reference one time, and I'm like, yeah, let's do that. So now I do it every time. It's also that line, which isn't a crease, it's actually, well, maybe it is, but it's actually a seam. Okay, I think we're pretty... I gotta do the hair. Yeah. What don't I have of the hair? I guess we gotta finish that out, huh? Can't leave that hanging. I don't like this curve much at all. Actually, I don't like how far this goes down. This kind of limits my options over here. This hair flick as well is something I put in every single time, as it was present again on exactly one reference. That's actually, again, not how these actually go. I think it's... What is it? It goes like this and crosses down and does that? I don't remember. I want to avoid the temptation to do too much with the twin tails here. As I mentioned, it's not supposed to be a whole lot to them. They don't pass go or collect $200. They just go out a little bit and then drop. And if you don't get that, you don't get the right silhouette. And it's suddenly not Asuka anymore. Just something that some of my earlier fan arts struggled with. Proportions are completely off, but that's fine. That's what the sketch was like. So it's intentional. And when I say proportions are off, I mean this works in some universe for some sort of character design. But Asuka, or at least show accurate Asuka, is way taller, proportionally speaking. These numbers, I think, vary in size depending on the reference you look at. Show accurate's probably a bit smaller, but I can't draw legibly much smaller than that, so that's what we get. I'm not sure I'm missing much else except for the face, so let's go for it. I did like the face I drew for this. I think it might need a couple minor corrections, but I don't want to change it too much. This is another important element of a good Asuka fan art. As it is, I guess, with any character. But, you know, Gynax had a very particular style. So I should try and emulate that as best I can. Which I'm not on track for because the head proportions are wrong to begin with, but no, this is not a smile. Does this look okay? Kind of, not really. This is the closer eye, so it should look bigger. There's a problem with the other eye, too. And that's what happens when you look too closely at this stuff. Let's get the fringe out of the way for now. We can redo that later. This should be something more like this. So we are not exactly 3/4, but we're not straight on either. This is starting to look a bit more like how I usually do eyes. So we should be careful. Try and include some accurate stylings. It's bad. I guess we're in this territory now. So, where's my music? Come back. Thank you. Can probably get away with a little bit more of this. I think the eye just needs to come in. It's in the wrong spot. Shut off the sketch. under sketches are no more use here. Can we taper that a little bit? Yeah, there we go. Okay. I think this is somewhat more usable. Yeah, that looks better. This isn't enough of a scowl. Okay, that doesn't look right. Also, I think I've made the face a bit more of a 3/4 perspective than the chin actually looks like. But I think this is minor. Which is actually why I'm confused as to how to draw the eyebrows right now. So I had them lower down, I guess, is why. I think I can perhaps salvage the perspective by more fully committing to that angle. All right. I think that's pretty much it. I don't like the nose. I don't like the mouth either. I don't like much of the face, to be honest, but we play with the hand we're dealt. That looks better. Okay. Am I missing anything critical? I don't think so. I do feel like this should jut out a bit more. Because that actually is an armor plating. I think in most references you look at. Actually looks kind of funny. That's okay. These were 3 very quick sketches. Could not have been bothered at the time to make them proportional. think I have three different, entirely different proportions going on here. Bottom one is probably most show accurate, but it's probably still not accurate. This one's fine. It's different. It's fine. Oh, this didn't get finished. There, I think that's better. This is actually supposed to jut down like this, I think. Nice. Okay. Ready to move on to the next step where we mess all of this up. And we did make one major change. We made a couple, let's be honest. But that's half the fun. What was I actually using? Is it that? I think it's that. Actually, I should just start with the red color. It's what I've learned, I think. So I should just start with this color, fill everything in, and then backfill with the other colors as needed. Because even when you're doing a terrifying, rambunctious sketch of the style that I am about to do, having a good flat is important, or at least it's less rage-inducing. And honestly, actually I have a lot of thoughts about this. One is that what I'm doing right now isn't actually super fast. Like, I like to say that this is my quick and dirty method for doing flats and rendering and stuff. It's not really. It could be. I'm just more precise with it than I probably could stand to be. Which, you know, might lead you to think, well, why don't you just flat it somewhat more professionally? And the answer to that is, I'm probably worse at that than I am at doing this. As in, the flat isn't as good. And I don't know what to think about that. Actually, I guess that means I should just practice doing it the right way more instead of doing this. But you know, that's mental effort. It's a lot of hot key pressing. Keyboard's way over there. Was weighing on me. And can't forget this. Because now what we get to do is we can alpha lock this, which makes the rest of the flatting a little bit easier. Just a little bit. the... Let's pretend that's how that works. It doesn't, but let's pretend. Okay, I think that's that, and then let's go... I want this color, but like more gray. Can't see it from that angle. Okay, so that's good. And then I think I had this color for here. I think it was this for the collar. Whatever you do, don't go look at a reference while watching this, because it's gonna be upsetting probably. Of course, the skin color needs to be in there. She does indeed have skin. That works, that's fine. It's not my... Oh, where is this color? There... That's close enough. And then I think I'm using that. I don't want to. I want to use the darker color. Okay, the hair. I think it's this. This is where Alpha Lock comes in handy. Literally just this. And only sort of. Oh, whoops. I'm messing up. That's not the hair. That is the arm. Correct it later. Sometimes Alpha Lock is more useful than that, but in this instance, that was all the mileage we got out of it. Oh, almost missed all this. Okay, we have a flat. Is it perfect? No, but it's actually pretty good, considering. Now, how do we go from this alpha locked? How do we go from this to this? Well, we do some things, and we're gonna do them now. Firstly, we're gonna start with a multiply layer. Come on, make your selection. We're gonna select the flat, and you can see it's pretty good. It's pretty good. We missed that bit there. That's gonna annoy the hell out of me. But other than that, it's pretty good. And I'm gonna use this purple color. We're gonna... Where should we light this from? Should we make it dramatic? Why not? We'll light it from the side. Which means all of this is gonna be in shadow. Most of the hair is gonna be in shadow. Actually, one way to do this pretty, if we're lighting it all dramatic and such, is one thing we can do is just fill the whole thing with our shadow, and then come back in and light it by erasing the shadow. Now that's a technique, as they say. Now the other weird and sacrilegious thing I'm doing here is I am using a round marker brush to do the rendering. And it's not a one-off. This is what I'm going to be using to do this. This is how this is going to work. Actually, I guess that doesn't make sense. So you go here. You have this junk, and then you have on the other side like a peekaboo. Yeah. For the face, you know, we'll have a carve out here, and that the Rembrandt triangle, as it is called by its, well, I'd say by both its supporters and its detractors, would probably identify that as the Rembrandt triangle. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. As long as the haters don't know that, though. It's me, I'm the haters. looks disgusting. What are we doing? Okay, that looks a little better. We can't get too hung up on this. This will annihilate us if we let it. Hair and face have been properly lit, though, I think. I think we'll hit this side. Yeah! Look at us, we're so smart. Can't actually tell much of a difference with that black color, which is, I think, okay. I think that's fine. I think it makes sense, even. How to do this exactly? Probably something like that. That looks fine. Over here, we'll do the same thing again. Actually, that's going to be in shadow, definitely, so we'll leave that there. Now we get to light up that crease. In fact, I think we can light this about a bit further. Not that much, though. Very dramatic, wow. Some argument to be made of that. Should trim a bit more. Whoops. Forgot what I was doing here. This is a bit of a non-standard workflow for me. So you'll have to cut me some slack. Went a little crazy on the drums there for a second. That was a little weird. Okay, there we go again with the double time. I'm not sure I believe in it. Okay, so that's our dramatic shadows. I don't like what I've done here, actually. For whatever reason, that sits better with me. So we'll go with it. We'll go with our gut. If we're wrong, so be it. I think we can probably afford a rim light there. Not there though, at least not to that extent. Yeah, I think we need to go back to the drawing board with these double time drums. Mr. Whitebed Audio. It's really not doing it for me. We can use the same brush to create intriguing shapes. Will we? No. We will try. Won't work. Okay. So that's shadows, or at least that's shadow layer number 1. Here we have a ambient occlusion layer, you might call it. I don't know how I feel about that. Makes sense up there, so we'll stick with that. Might even make sense there. That's pushing it, but we'll continue. Probably up to there. Hesitant to put them on this side at all. Maybe just a skosh. We can definitely put them in here. Yes. Look at us creating depth. Not sure this is called for exactly. But we'll stick with it. And then back there. I think that makes some degree of sense. Come on. Not really, but I do want some extra shading on those bar things. This looks awful weird. Not sure that's doing me any favors. Just looks like line art now. In general, though, let's reduce the opacity on that. Okay, I think that's bearable. So that needs to get trimmed. Okay, looks good. Okay, so that is the subsurface scattering. How are we doing now? Hard light layer. That's not my color. Where is it? There it is. That works. Now for this, we'll take the selection we currently have and we'll take out the multiply layer. Which is a lot of it. So we don't have a lot of highlights to place, actually. Hard light, primary light additions here. Which is nice. I figure the fewer of these I place, the better. So I don't want it to just turn into me replacing whatever the flat color is with the highlight color, where there is no shadow. Probably get that in there. Nice. Nice. Actually, we're going to want to put this highlight like this. I think. And if you're looking at this and going, this looks janky as hell. What the heck, man? Don't worry, I know. And I have nothing to comfort you about that. Except perhaps that we will get here eventually. Just the way it typically. It's usually a smaller version of the same shape. Can't draw. That doesn't look bad. Maybe slight correction. Okay. Too much there. I think that's probably good. Okay, I think that's all for that layer. Drop the opacity slightly, with the caveat that we might come back to it later. Then we do the backlight. This is where things... Oh, it's already been kind of janky, but it's going to get more janky now. We're going to want to specifically select the multiply layer now. Don't know why I'm starting down here, but good a place as any. I like to think of these backlights generally as coming from lower. I don't know why. What happened to my music? What the heck? It paused for no reason. Thought I could get away with that. I get the underside of this seam. Complete the loop on that. Nice. There's a lot of cool bits and bobs to make lighting reflect off of on the plug suit. Get away with that. Might be that simple. It works for me. The thing about this is we're gonna have to actually render this side of the hair with the backlight, which I guess is the same amount of work, generally speaking, as it would have been. It's just, I think, kind of harder to do for whatever reason. Case in point, looks like garbage. That shouldn't be. Missing some there. We can pretend we're getting some back there. I think they'll believe us too, because they are me. All inaudible here. So that should probably not. Heck. Yeah, so that. Oh. Does that make no difference? Is that because I have a... There's that. Oh. Right, so I should probably adjust that too. Whoops. Right, we add shadow. That makes a little bit more sense. What the fuck? Wrong layer. Don't like having highlight and the backlight overlapping. So let's make sure that's not happening. Do we have any way to... I mean, like that, sort of. Not too much, though. That doesn't make sense. Maybe along this seam. Doesn't exactly make sense. Ah, whatever. Less is more. Or something. Okay, well, let's do an overlay layer. This is subsurface scattering. Which, you know, primarily for skin, but I tend to put it wherever it, like, looks good. Which can be in a lot of different places in the case of Oscar. Lots of very similar colors. Okay, let's make that more sane. Sure. Now let's go nuts. This is where things, I keep saying this is where things go off the rails, but they went off the rails a long time ago. Here, we're just documenting where they went off the rails, in a sense. And in doing so, we're going to somehow create order out of the chaos. What this does is it gives the random, marker scribblings, which were, only kind of random. They were just very clumsy. A sort of legitimacy they would not have had on their own. Which has got to be entirely psychological. I don't know how this works. One thing it does allow me to... I can make revisions, sort of, to the shape. Make it make a little bit more sense. But the largest portion of it is just sort of the impact is that, yeah, I meant to draw these shapes. They are supposed to look like this, you know? These are intentionally defined regions. It is kind of easy to overdo this sometimes. So not every region needs a demarcation. I'm still trying to figure out when to put a line and when not to. That was an experiment. Because we have two regions which are really close to each other. What I would normally do is I would define them both fully. It looks kind of blocky now, but I have to find one fully and the other one I left the line open. And I think it works to do that. So an implied line there. And this did start out as a very low effort rendering method. It's not exactly super low effort anymore, but it is cool, I think. Gotta head out, but it was fun to hang. Thank you for showing up. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. There we go. Okay, I think that's all the lines we need to draw. A lot of the rest of this is just color correction. There is going to be a very important like blowout glow dodge layer or two. But firstly, I'm going to do a tiny bit of color correction. First, by making an overlay layer. I'm going to select everything. Just take the highlights. I'm actually going to use pink. A light shade of pink. We're just going to hit everything with that. I'm going to grab the shadows. Let's make sure we do that correctly. I'm going to hit it with blue. Maybe I'll do that and I'll subtract the, yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And then drop the opacity to like, I don't know, something like that. Just a slight correction. And then we'll go and adjust the individual colors as necessary later, I think. Yeah, look at the difference there. This blobby, this was intentional somehow. We'll fix that in a sec. Here we're going to add a glow dodge layer. Or maybe we'll just do, let's just do color dodge for now. I think this is how I started it last time. And we're going to change brushes finally to a pencil tool. This is indeed much more subtle than glow dodge. That looks okay. Actually, I want this to be below the line art. I think that was a change I made. Looks kind of goofy otherwise. That certainly looks goofy. I think we can be a bit more precise than that. Yeah, what does glow dodge look like? Okay, let's do another glow dodge layer for the backlight. I can pull that off. Not really. Maybe I could just hit the eyes though. Okay. What do we have next? I think it's probably some color correction. Also the eyes. And this layer actually should probably get developed out a little bit more. Let's make a new multiply layer. Only a little bit there. And a bunch here. On this overlay, let's make sure to hit this with a concentrated dose of blue. Good. Then let's make a normal layer up at the top. I'm going to use an airbrush for this. I tend to prefer that. Just a very small dot. That's how I like to do that. Maybe another one down here. Whoops. Okay, so we did the eyes. Now we gotta do color correction. Oh, chat disconnected for a second. I hope we're back. I reckon we probably are. Okay. So here's what we get to do. We're gonna set this flat layer as the reference layer. Use some hotkeys. Just gonna select this color. I'm gonna change the hue, saturation, and luminosity. I want to increase the saturation, I think. Not on this layer. Whoops. There we go. Let's turn off the marching ants. Oh, we can make it pink. That'll be Mari's outfit. Ha 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 ha. No, I think we're in the right hue. Just gotta get the right saturation. That looks more like it. So we'll go with that. The hair is actually pretty close to okay. I'm not sure I want to make many changes there. In fact, before we do anything further, let's go ahead and do a correction layer. This is masking this automatically, which is not really a problem. I didn't intend to do that, but... Oh, actually, it is a problem. Let's deselect. And then let's do a saturation. Which I reckon I won't have to do a whole lot of. Yeah. In fact, I usually like to do the correction layers first, and then I go and make adjustments to the flats, because not always a good representation of what it's going to look like. And actually, I think our hue might need to be shifted a little bit. Yeah. I'm just sort of trying to get it to match how I did the other ones. The other thing we haven't done yet, which is an art form all its own, so we haven't masked this out yet. So let's do that. First off, let's increase the opacity there, so we actually have something to work with. And let's grab the pencil tool, because I hate myself or something. Surprisingly, there's not a lot of junk going on around the face. Oh, that's... Never mind. That's because I had the wrong selection, but it wasn't true. That all actually looks pretty okay. This will need to get erased. That's all geometry that doesn't exist anymore. I also usually like to keep the face free and clear. There's underlying anatomy there. Let's get rid of the other two because that's confusing. I do actually want to keep as much of this as I can, because this is good definition stuff. Like that actually looks good. Differing anatomy, so I should get rid of that. This was an entirely different leg before. Yikes. Look at that. Free definition. That's how I like to look at that. Don't get rid of your under sketches. They're useful. Texture is what it is. I should probably get anything that's in a highlight that is like bringing down the value, unless it's adding good texture, should probably be erased. Most things that are in shadows can be left alone unless they're underlying stuff or interfering, making it harder to read. But stuff like this junk, yeah, this is great. Random lines crisscrossing. The eyes did have quite a bit of R&D. So I at least want to make sure that you can see those for what they are. If you're very adventurous, you can also oh, whoops. I don't want that. Because there's stuff outside of the scope of the, like the flat or the silhouette that you could also include. It tends to make things look messier. But if that's your gig, absolutely. It also makes it harder to, if you do like chromatic aberration on it, makes it look weird for whatever reason. Where's my overlay? I want this to do more for me. Here I want to take this and subtract my multiply. Maybe I want the backlight to be redder, actually. Well, I guess the main issue I'm having is that these ones were lit differently, so of course they look different, but... Where's the color I used? It wasn't that, it was that. Let's make it more intense, though. In fact, let's use the marker. No stone unturned. Then just grab the multiply. What does it look like now? It's that versus... Oh, whoops. I think I like this more. You can also just go through here and make sure we're putting shadows where we need to. Like this layer here should have more influence, I think. Yeah. I'm gonna do some crazy stuff. Ooh, like we can just grab the face. Oops. Face. There we go. Pick this up, make sure it's all dark. As it should be. It should also be pretty dark. They're breaking convention a little bit. Oh, whoops. Forgot that, didn't have a selection, actually. There we go. Other thing we can do is actually make, yeah, this layer should be, like, less intense. This one can probably be more intense slightly. Not that much. Yep, that's alright right there. That one's fine. That one's fine. That looks great. Look at that, that's weird. I guess we can try and color correct the hair a little bit. Let's make it pop a little bit. It's really only a little bit, huh? There, that's something. I think the hue is fine. Sure. It's hard commit. It's interesting. This just doesn't feel like it. Let's duplicate this. Why the fuck not? Or let's just do this. Oh. For the whole thing though, please. Want dramatic lighting, we're gonna get it, damn it. I think that's one of the primary things that somehow got lost. So I put the shadow regions in the right place, it just, the value wasn't right. Which is all well and good. It's interesting. I guess it sort of makes sense. Because I guess the value changes the more saturated something is. So the lighting effect, the effect of the shadows is increased when you saturate it, and it's decreased when you desaturate it. So, alright, look at that. We made something happen. Which I think we can probably safely go through this guy and increase the opacity slightly. Maybe the same with the glow dodge. So I think the backlight glow dodge is fine. I think it's the hard light which is having a greater influence. Yeah. The glow dodge without the hard light is nothing. So actually what we could do is just boost these up and then modulate how we want the lighting to look with the hard light layers. So that's clearly too much. Looks close to about right. That's too much. And that's close to about right. I don't know. This overlay, I think probably looks okay, as is. This one, yeah, so this is it without that overlay, which is real intense. Overlay really is an interesting layer type. Blending mode, rather. Difficult to work with, but very powerful. It does counteract some of the, like, green, almost. Ooh, one thing I did do is I took this layer and actually decreased the opacity slightly. That's why the one on the left looks a bit more, I don't know, soft. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I like the definition provided by that. Yeah, you can see the new eye shape competing with the old one. And the chin shape as well. When I turn off that line art. Can we afford to crank the contrast anymore? Should we? That should be the real question, I suppose. I want this to look too yellow. Okay, I think I'm satisfied to leave that one as is. Oh, I forgot entirely about that line I drew down there. I should get rid of that. Paper on this whole time. I think we've earned a revision to this caption. Okay, Oscar sketches. Oh, we're going with the all caps. With the proper date here. European dating system, um, because that's what fits there. Actually, now that we dropped the luminosity of the whole thing, I think we can afford to cut back on that multiply. Cool. Alright, we did it. We did the Oscar. I probably should have done this with like red ink, so as to distinguish them. Let's go ahead and render this out though. And then get the one on its own that we just finished. So those were done without references. Um, so there are bound to be errors. But I'm pretty happy with them. Again, that was, I think, a failed attempt at a sketch. Looks like it sort of has potential, but I think this is sufficient. So we'll save that. Well, actually, hey, yeah, these are the, this is the comparison. Let's center them. Yeah, so before, after. You can see the one on the right underwent a number of structural changes. as did the one in the middle. The only one that was kind of pretty much untouched was the one on the bottom, because that sketch was pretty good. Kind of went and turned everything. So the right leg I turned inward, because that made sense. The head I also turned a little bit, mainly by way of drawing the face correctly. Also the arm tucked behind I changed a bit so that it made more sense. One in the middle, I kind of just changed the head position. And maybe the knee a little bit. The one facing us. Beyond that, it was pretty much unchanged. But I did draw new line art for it, so... The hair as well. I changed the hair for both of those. The one at the bottom, I thought the hair was alright, so... Pretty massive change, actually, with the hair on the one on the right. And the... I guess the one in the middle as well, but... I talked about this earlier. The twin tails for Asuka. They're just triangles. That's all they are. This was back in July, so I was doing things differently with my no reference Asukas. Where I was trying to make them a bit poofier than really they're supposed to be. Look at any reference, any official reference anyway, and this is how they look. They're just triangles, maybe with a little flourish on the top. And this, you don't have the right silhouette. It's not Asuka. This is Asuka. Proportions notwithstanding. Okay. That's exciting. More Asukas. I've drawn more pictures of Asuka than any other character. Only character... Probably the only character I know how to draw without a reference. Except perhaps Gura, who we might actually draw now. Don't need that. Because I have a couple of unfinished sketches from somewhat recently. This one looks probably pretty easy to do. Garubus. That's correct. I'm going to close this just so I can move the file. Gotta move it out of the unfinished folder. It's done now. It's graduated. Asuka Sketches is done. Okay, I'll just have that up in the background. This one... Yeah, this was like, you know, a half-hour sketch or something while I was watching something, I think. We can give it a once-over. I was using the pencil tool. And I guess we can... I'm probably no good with it. Let's stick with the, yeah. With the micron, if we know what's good for us. And I might pull up a reference at some point. This is just default Guru, though. Probably the least scary Hololive character to draw. Mortal Stream. Sure thing, pulling up reference, yeah. How are you doing? Did you just show up? Because, we're on part 2 of the stream now. I can show you what we just did. That looks alright. Oh no, do I have to watch part 1 to get it? No, it's just we just finished a project. These are the Oscars from a... let me just bring up the original sketches real quick. (2022) Are these sorted alphabetically? It would be cool if they were. I think they are. Oh, why didn't... Oh, yeah. Because I'm an idiot, that's why. Okay. Oh, wow, it perfectly overlays. Here were the sketches. I did these in, like, July of last year. And I posted them as is, and I abandoned them. And as you may be aware, probably not, I'm on a crusade to finish Old Whips. So good. Thanks. I'm starting to cry as I feel a hand reach up and stroke my face. Disgustingly good. Indeed. Kimochi Warui. Yeah, and this was over the last few days. Made almost no changes to the one on the bottom left. Now I've ruined the zoom and everything, so we can't overlay quite as well. One on the bottom left, almost no changes. In fact, I didn't draw any line art over it. I just took the sketch as is and I colored it in and did some rendering. Um, Notable additions that I think made it pop is I added some reflections on the underside to give volume to the limbs. But I thought the sketch was pretty good on its own. The other two weren't so great sketches, so I needed to make some revisions. The one in the middle, I had to move the head entirely and change the angle. I also revised the hair. Because as you'll see, I also did that with the one on the right. The one on the right had the most changes. I changed the hair. I changed the position of the arm. Same pose, just looks better. And I also turned the leg inward. The important thing about the hair is that in references, Asuka's hair doesn't look like this. The twin tails don't go crazy in the back like that. It's a better example here. This was July, and this is just how I did Asuka hair, because this was all no reference. I don't tend to use references when I draw Asuka. I made the twin tails poofy, made them swirl around and stuff, you know. Where after studying some references some more, they don't do that. They're not poofy. They just they're triangles. So the difference is one of them looks like Asuka and the other one doesn't. So I went with the one that looks like Asuka. The reflection is inspiring. Oh gosh, what's it called? The fluid keeps the hair slick. I guess a number of fluids could. But yeah, if you look at show references, or really anyone who knows what they're doing, drawing Asuka, this is the right silhouette, whereas the older sketch didn't have it. The one on the bottom left, I didn't exactly follow that rule, but I thought it looked good, so I just kept it. And I wasn't in the business of making revisions anyway, so. Yeah, that's what we just did. And now we're doing Gura. So hooray. That's what we're doing. What was my intent here? Yeah, so switching gears a tiny bit. This is another character that I do know how to draw generally without a reference. I'm sure to get some of the details wrong, but it'll be a good enough likeness, I think. Who's gonna complain? As long as I remember to draw the tail, and I did already, so. That's the one thing I usually forget to do, is draw the tail. Tails are easy to forget. Okay, so I believe there is like a fishbone thing here. Try and make that curve a little bit more. Got some hands here. Yeah. I think we might be getting away with that. Personally, never became a fan of the tiny shark girl, but I know a lot of people give her an A grade. Nice one. I think she's my favorite. I don't know. Try and keep this symmetrical. I'm hoping I looked at a reference for this earlier, so I'm just gonna trust that I knew what I was doing over here. This all seems right, seems above board. How are you today, though? What have you been up to? to double check that. 2 thumbs up over here. Happy to share the good report. Sounds good. Not sure I really needed to do much with this sketch. Not many complaints. Okay. You sure it does something weird like that? Then I get the next tooth. Oh, it also, I think it's drool or fabric that looks like drool. Comes out of it here. Odd touch, but it's important. It's also important to make it look good, but I don't know. Okay, pockets. Can we see them? I guess we can see part of them. This is one of those details that I never would have remembered if I hadn't ever studied a reference. It's kind of weird. Right. Battle scars. Definitely need a neck. Just gonna pretend we know how that terminates. I should not be stupid. Just take that out right now. Probably have a reference already on my computer. Notably, Gura's nose really isn't visible. Just noticed the front on legs, the pose I've been working on. You capture the bend of the shins, calf that I only just discovered. Oh, this pose? Yeah, I like doing this. It can be very easy to overdo that, though. You don't want to make it... I mean, legs do this anyway, because of the way that... or I guess women's legs do this, because their hips are wider, but... Femurs point in, so even just like a normal standing pose, legs probably do this. This being the thigh, right? And this is the calf. But then you have the slight bent that you can do. And I didn't go the whole 9 yards with this because you can also do like a pigeon-toed pose, which I tend to like doing. I should be doing this on another layer so I don't have to erase all of this. But like, you know, let's make this the hip. Come on. Let's save so I don't lose this fucking file. Oh boy. Yeah, no. There we go. Let's say these are our hips. Bold claim, I know. I'm running out of room. The angle here is important. It can be easy to, like, if you do like something like this, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, unless you're like doing some sort of cartoon. I've done that before. Not a cartoon, but I've messed it up like that. I would try and keep this bend of the calf back inward. It is still generally facing us. So you might see the inner side of the shin. Like that. And then if you wanted to kick it up a notch, you have the pigeon-toed shoes or feet. Not too pigeon-toed though, because you can also overdo that. This might be a little too much even, but it's for the effect, right? Yeah, so that's about as exaggerated as I would make that. My working assumption... Oh, we might have some packet loss here. My working assumption is that the foreshortening on the legs being relatively lower than the horizon line acts as a magnifying effect on the already rounded calf. Your diagram is working wonders for me. Uh, that may be so. I don't know. I'm operating very much on just instinct. Yeah, something like that, you know? Whatever's going on here is a disaster. But yeah, this is not my drawing. This is not the thing that I'm drawing right now, so I should stop drawing it. Yeah. Hopefully that's helpful. Did I increase the size of this brush? I did. How would I do that? Revisit this mouth. Oh no, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. It's good. Okay. What else did I draw on that layer? So I just gotta copy that over. Okay. Control X, Control V. Merge those. Okay, I'll leave that up for now. So now we can erase this. Okay, we may as well see if we can't find ourselves a reference. How's the stream, by the way? Am I choppy? Am I losing data? Or does everything look good? YouTube's complaining. Or is that what you meant when you said it's good? I can't tell. What am I doing? I'm looking for a reference. Good thing I have a references folder. And I have one for Gura. Wow. So smart. Let's just pop that over there. Wow. Okay, so for one thing, her hair ought to come down a little bit further than this. Some of it comes in front of her face. That's cool, it's all well and good. No problems with the stream. Hips you're picking on are good. And also, that uncontrollable urge to finish the diagram sketch. I know. I noticed myself fine-tuning and I was like, I need to stop. This is... it has served its purpose. Alright, that looks okay. We're not going to draw the hood. I mean, we have it back off, I guess. Hair is fine. Zipper we can't see. The drool thing descends further down than I had realized. I won't give myself too many negative points for that. The pockets are weird. They're just weird. The ties ought to be further spaced out, which explains why they don't crowd out the fishbone thing. And they hang down further. Hoodie does in fact go out pretty much all the way to the shoulder. Oh, and she's got a shirt on underneath, apparently. I guess that makes sense. Be weird not to. Wonder if we can make the chin pointier. Details only someone during a study would find out. Undershirt. I think I have the tail backwards, but we can just say that it's, you know, it's the other side. We're looking at the other side of the tail. Who would have thunk? Okay, so the shoes are weird. They're like lace, but they also have Velcro or something. Socks are not as tall as this, and they bunch up. So it's actually more like this. There's like really not much detail on the knees to speak of in actuality, but whatever. So there's laces here. And then there is what appears to be a Velcro strap. When you can't decide how you want to do up your shoes, you have options. Except you kind of need to do both. It hangs off the edge here. Probably fastens on that side. Detail on the front here is different. These aren't hiking boots. They are... I don't know what they are. Some sort of sneaker. They don't have the grippy stuff either, even though I think that looks cool. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting details here. Laces plus Velcro, nod to her naive, youthful maxim with aspiring maturity. Perhaps. Gotta do this with fewer marks. Say not too much. It's just not weighted right. Unfortunately. The eyes are also a little weird. We're not going to do it like that. We're just going to kind of draw the line at eyes in a lot of cases. Like I do my eyes the way I do my eyes. And there's this nonsense, which I can try and do, but no guarantees. None. Guess I should change the eyebrows. They're not congruent. This seems a bit heavy-handed at this point. Balancing facial expression stuff is complicated. The range of human emotions is vast. Guess that probably looks weird. Yeah. So that should go out like this, and this should go out like that. Maybe? Okay, we have a goob. You could say, you could argue. I never get the double broken mouth line to work. No, the perfect lips. So harsh, the tip of the eraser. Yeah, it's hard. It's difficult. Lots of second guessing. So I might want to move this down slightly. Yes. Yes, I do. What can I do here? Tell you what, you spend a lot of time drawing, learning where to put lines, and you find out you also have to learn where not to put lines. And that's an entirely different thing. With an entirely different logic behind it. Like, it's not easy to know where not to put lines, unfortunately. I don't know where not to put lines. I'm just guessing. That's what I've always done, so. I don't despise this. This is probably okay. Ugh. You also have to learn where not to put lines. This sort of double take on lessons I've experienced too many times. Yeah. But like the easiest thing, easiest place to look for that is like mouths, just, you know, anime style mouths. Or you don't always, in fact, I never just draw a straight line. I never do that. I don't know why. I just know it looks better even just with a smile. To have a slight break. Or, you know, a frown. Whatever the hell that is. Eyebrows, often I break up eyebrows. There's different reasons for that, but still. It's a good place to start for trying to pick up that logic. So I do not know what it is. It has something to do with the light, probably. For some things. Okay. Okay, I'm getting too nitpicky here. I should definitely stop doing that. Yeah, whenever you draw a line, just try not drawing the whole thing. See what happens. If it looks good, you've discovered something. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Like, for instance, I think outline shapes should probably always... That might not even be right, but I usually draw the full outlines, like the exterior of an object. Here, like this thing probably wouldn't look right if part of it were not present. Although, I don't know, you know, it might, depending on how you render it. Let's try leaving that there as an experiment. And then things like folds, like I have here, you can totally leave those incomplete. In fact, I would recommend doing that, because there's something somewhat transient about that fold. I don't know if that's the right way to describe it, but that seems to make sense to me. If you draw a complete straight line, it gives the sense that, like, oh, that's a structural thing. Okay, we're going to pretend we're okay with this drawing, and we'll move on. I'm going to take away the ref there. And who knows, maybe we are okay with this drawing. I hadn't even thought of it that way before. That should be there. This is nothing, right? Okay, cool. Let's make this a multiply layer. Let's also make this a multiply layer, but also take it away. That's a good color. Boom. In search for the grand broken line. Okay, what other colors do we have to work with here? We of course have the blue of the hoodie, which is actually a pretty decently dark blue. I'm going to start with just this, though. I can correct it later. There's actually something interesting about Kura's outfit that makes it hard to draw, just from a process standpoint, which is the gradient that she has on the tunic thing. the reason that's hard to draw is, number one, or it's not so much hard as it is annoying if you don't like playing for it. You can either include that gradient on the flat layer, which I've done on occasion, but when you do that, it makes it really hard to pick out the entire piece of clothing without grabbing anything else. Let's go ahead and, yeah, let's just put a line there. Why not? Full commit to the bit. So if I want to make adjustments after the fact to the color, or even just draw rendering on top of it, it's kind of a pain in the ass. So the other option is not do that on the fly, just to create a separate layer for the gradient. And you kind of have to have, it's just another layer, I guess. Easiest way to handle that. For sure, though, I think. At least as far as I'm aware. Easiest way I know how to handle it. Using the micron, that's why this is weird. We'll say this is this color. It's not, but that's what we'll say. The shirt is actually a gray. Kind of a warm gray, actually. These are that color as well. This color I want to take and make sure I get that up here. The smart thing to do would be to select everything I have for this color right now, and then just change it. But I guess I'm not smart enough for that. Besides, I don't think I'm ever going to be selecting this color individually. I hope not. Shoes. Socks are going to be the same color as the tunic. Whoa. Color matching. Color coordination. Okay. And then, I should really just choose a different color for this. Yeah, this looks like a fine color. Let's make the brush bigger. Work smarter, not harder. Work less dumb, I guess. There's apparently like a light shade of blue down there. And we'll pretend that we're amenable to that. You got so many details on your shoes. Who's looking at them? The tail's a weird thing, actually. And I usually just grab something grayish blue. Actually a little bit marine as well. So like that? Yeah. There's a lot going on with the tail, color-wise. And we won't really emulate that too much. Still got to do the hair. Let's say that the hair is color quad monster color. Color matching is better than color coordination in ranked drawings. Perhaps. Where's my color? There it is. I like drawing fringes like this, but I'm bad at it. And have been for a while. It's a confusing mess. Okay, let's just try and attempt to get this part right. There's a tiny bit of red on her outfit up there. I'm not even gonna attempt to do any of the detail on it though. Too much. Oh god, what's her eye color? I mean, it's blue obviously, but like what kind of blue? Kinda looks like the tail actually. But I haven't done the tail exactly like it ought to be done, so mileage may vary. It's like this color. Let's make it bluer. Well, what do you know? It's blue. Do some overlay stuff maybe. Multiply. Or actually, let's do that gradient. So here we can, let's set this as a reference. It's going to need to be anyway. Grab this. I'm just going to use an airbrush and both the sleeves and the fuck. I'm going to do this separately. Ninja moves. I'm excluding all of this right now, so let's do that. The pockets get a little bit of it too, so. I'm gonna softly do it like that. This goes all the way to white though, so. God damn. And then what we'll do, I think, oh man, this better work because this is clever. Invert the selected area, use the selection tool, intersect, boom. Haha. Let's make this more defined. Okay, we've at least tried, so, you know, nobody can argue we don't know what we're doing there. Additionally, we're going to do something like that for her hair, because she has highlights in her hair. I'm gonna want to make them pretty intense so that they stand up to the other blending effects that occur. Who knew intersect on invert selection? I know. Changing the game over here. And in truth, the color varies for these highlights. I can try and vary them a little bit, but I'm not going to get too picky. Also, there's some down here. Again, the important thing is that we tried. Okay. So I guess we can start the rendering now. I don't think there's anything else weird like that. Oh, you know, there is a lot more red than I initially let on her outfit. That makes more sense. Okay, here's our multiply layer. Now let's go nuts. In a very orderly fashion, though. Let's go ahead and select that so I don't go outside the lines. Well, I've been loose sketching my fave streamer this whole time, and having finished, I can assure you, we tried as a cold comfort. That's all that I can offer you. It's all that I can hardly ever offer myself. I'm sure it looks great, though. Oh shit, what's going on here? Is it this color? Hopefully it's that color. Yeah, and that was this color down here. Sure. Note to self, starting with the shoes is bad pose performance. I can't imagine trying to start with the shoes. Everybody's got a different system. I know some people start like with the hair or with the facial expressions. I used to start with facial expressions. Back when I didn't actually have a system. So I would draw the face, the eyes, you know, everything. Then I would draw the head around the face that I had just drawn. Didn't lead to terribly proportional drawings. But some people are really good at it. It's weird. Let's put this whole thing in shadow and then pull out stuff that we want. That wasn't super graceful. Or something like that. I don't know, that makes sense. Okay, we're gonna have a weird shadow over here because of the shape of the shirt. And same there. I'm going to put some shadow there. A tiny bit here as well. Because why not? It's a free country. Are you going to post your drawing? What should I do here? Very strongly tempted to just do this. I think I will. I have a selection. I'm safe. Whoops. Something like that, I don't know. I'll send it to you via Twitter just to share the moment, but no need to check it now or critique. Well, if you insist. I do want to look at it, though. Your favorite streamer, you say? Who is your favorite streamer? do want to see it though. Oh, you probably already sent it. Therapy. It's adorable. I like the pose. I can see you were the thing about the knees. You were starting with the shoes made it hard. Yeah, because that whole section looks great. A pre-debut Twitch VTuber. Pisuko. Never heard of that. I guess I'm not up on the a lot of the Twitch VTubers. Everyone I like from all graduate, so I had to stop getting invested. That's too bad. All things considered, though, I feel like they're, I mean, it's an agency, so that makes sense, but much more stable in terms of graduations. So you just had some rotten luck. Looks okay. Oh, forget back there. Okay, it generally looks okay so far. Should probably be more in shadow. Okay. And then we do another multiply layer. Usually around 30 or 40 for the transparency on this. But yeah, I guess I don't watch a whole lot of off-brand. I guess that's the wrong phrase. It's indie, I guess. VTubers. I watch plenty from Niji Sanji. And Hololive. What's the English? So I don't speak any other languages. The same great packaging you love with none of the flavor. Come on to off-brand VTubers. Now with more salt. Yeah. It's a little banner in like the description for the streams that say like compared to this VTuber. Okay, we're already getting some good definition. Good. Okay. Hard light. Hmm. Always an interesting conundrum. Okay, now we do backlight. I'm just gonna select the multiply. That's probably a little bit intense. There we go. Ugh. That just looks silly. Sense. Okay. That seems all well and good. Now let's do an overlay. This one, unlike the Oscar ones, probably won't have a great deal of application. It's pretty much skin. There is a lot more of it. So that's good. Might be able to do some stuff with the hair. But we don't want to confuse the thing too much. Okay, sure, that works for me. Let's do a multiply layer. Start outlining some shadows. We have a selection. Whoops. Go ahead and keep playing the music. Thank you. Loving that look so far. The rendering technique or this drawing. So either way, I think I agree. I'm gonna draw lines that are too long. Yes, okay. Yuck. Cool. Let's drop the opacity a tiny bit on that. Then let's start in on some dodge layers. Oh, whoops, we don't want... Why don't I use that brush? It should be smaller. think I gotta do a lot there, actually. Maybe these guys can hit those up. Is going to be real important for the tail. This tail's got to be shiny. Let's make sure we have a selection of some sort. That's going to be interesting. It's going to be a process. We can hit this with a rim light. Why not? And then we'll come in and hit some of the backlights. Don't want this to be overpowering. I say that every time. But I mean it this time, damn it. Come on. Whatever that's worth, okay. Right, so here let's go ahead and make our little mask. Get rid of the outline of the head. I'm cleaning up those spots. No underlying shapes or anatomy. Make sure highlighted areas are clear. Sure. Okay. Now for some color correction. Here's what I'm gonna do. Thanks for the stream, really enjoyable. I missed a part early. Well, it's far from early, and I appreciate you sticking around. This will be done pretty soon. I'll post the stuff from today a little later. Glad I finally get to see some of the magic of your iconic highlights. I'm not sure if I would call them iconic, but if they are to you, I suppose they are. Thank you very much. Next stream is going to be Friday again, so if I happen to see you, that one's the video game stream. I will see you later. I'm going to hit this whole thing with a pink overlay. Just a tiny bit. Maybe I want to make the whole thing blue, actually. Which way is blue? I think it's over here. cancel. I have to increase this all the way to see what's going on here. It's our blue, I think. There we go. And we make that our overlay. Where is it? There it is. Take that. Now here, we'll do, that is a lot actually. That's a little better, okay. I'm gonna select just the shirt. I said I would come back and correct this if necessary. It seems to be necessary. Only a little bit though. The sketch is cool. Yeah, boom, look at that. Used to be darker. Cool, I'll take it. I guess the skin got affected by the overlay a little bit, so let's try and correct for that. Okay, very subtle, but I think that's good. Let's do the eyes. So I need a multiply layer. I'm going to use the pencil. Let's find an overlay. Sure, let's grab this one. You can also take this color, I think. Not sure if that's going to come through at all. probably back on that overlay step. Hopefully. I think we were. Let's just grab this multiply. And get some of that in there. Very interesting combos going on here. Making that a gradient a tiny bit. Actually, also go ahead and knock that back a tiny bit. And now we can make ourselves a highlight. Or two, if we please. Yeah, that's fine. Actually on this. This is just not actually a good brush for this. What am I working on now? Did my color correction. Probably contrast. Correction layers, that is. Correction layers. Do I feel good about the nose? It's just on a glow dodge layer. What if I took away that? Just that part of it. That for some reason looks a little better, but could just be me losing it. Well, that I think clearly looks bad. Maybe this is just too much. Let's get back in here. What do we want to highlight? That? Maybe. It's got potential, actually. I think that looks fine. And I'm gonna stop thinking about it. Okay. Correction layers. That looks absurd, but oh, whoops, missing a layer. There we go. Oh, that's funny, nothing's in this folder. Okay, I think that looks good. I'm actually going to go ahead and do some post-processing on here since I definitely don't have time, but you're not my dad. That'll do. Oh, whoops. That undid the whole thing. Hopefully. Is that even really visible? It's fine. It looks good. Let's do film grain. Still not really sure what a good color for this is. Okay. I think this one's done. Way to go, team. So let's export that. Well, let's save it, I guess. Would be a good idea. Still working on it. Cool. Okay, so we got 2 drawings done today. We finished off our Oscar collection with this one, with the more dramatic lighting. Looks great. Actually, it looks okay now that I come back to it. And this one, which was one I briefly sketched a while ago, never finished, and thought maybe could make a good return project, and I think it did. I think it's good. I like it. Awesome. And that is all. I'll be streaming again on Friday. Oh god, when is Friday? One of these weekends I'm not actually going to stream. Friday the 28th. Should definitely be able to stream. Probably not Tuesday though. And definitely not the Friday after that. I'm going to be gone from the 3rd to the 6th, and I will be completely out of contact. So probably no stream on the 2nd, because I gotta pack and stuff. So I'll stream on Friday the 28th, and then probably won't see me until Tuesday the 9th of May, unless I convince myself to stream on Saturday or Sunday when I get back, so it would be the 6th or the 7th, potentially. Yeah, that's the situation. That's what it is right now, so Elden Ring on Friday, that's what we have to look forward to. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll be uploading some stuff later. Thank you for watching. Farewell.